Alright, getting started here in just a second. I had an editor redeem. I gotta put it in. I forgot to do it yesterday. I didn't see it. So I'm trying to get that done real quick. And it's turning into a bigger deal because it's a WebP file and nothing fucking supports WebP. So I'm trying to figure out what format it actually is. Anyways, I'm cussing over my kids playing in the background. I feel bad. They're having a blast. Look at Mr. Pig. He's having a blast. This is the best morning ever, guys. That's what he's saying. I know, I'm here. It's probably going to be intermittent like this anyway, still. All right, here I am, trying to get this image redeem going, but it won't let me. I don't know if it's a PNG or a JPEG, so I can't. Here's what I'll do. I'll just go like this. No. What do I do? Krita? It's 8:30 a.m. I've already had mac and cheese and hot dogs since I ate the bottom half of the lunch I packed for my kid. Feel you. My body's been like a roller coaster. Yeah, you know what's really funny, Codex? It was between rating you and Art. So what would have been really funny is we could have rated each other. It was almost gonna happen. It was about to happen. Should we tile? Keep centered? Put it in the middle? I think tile. There we go. This is fitting for the game I'm making, actually. That's Judge Judy as Judge Dredd, yes. There really needs to be a I'm going to raid like thing that you just put in, and it's like, don't raid, you know, during this period of time, don't raid me. Or I'm leaving. That's another one. If you don't raid out and you're just somebody who's like gonna end their stream, it's like, hey, I'm probably gonna end it in the next 30, you know? Or like going forward, I'm ending the stream or something. I don't know. It'd be helpful to prevent that from happening. I will say I'm frustrated as hell not being able to figure out how the hell to get the math to bend to my will. Travis raids us at 7:59 every night, and he knows. Do I have an explanation point? I don't think I have an exclamation point for either of you guys. I don't. Well, there's nothing to really link to for L's. The Whisper Stone. Oh, but the Whisper Stone doesn't have a Kickstarter yet, right? Makes our raid look big, at least. So you daisy chain the raid. Failing at math. Sometimes with games, it's not even about math. It depends on what you're trying to do, obviously. But sometimes it's just about... you just cheat. You're just like, fuck the math. It's not going to work this way. Anybody else here played Democracy? Is it any good? Well, I mean, we're playing Democracy every 2 years here. It's not really working out, so I don't know. It's not really fun. It's very disappointing. So I wouldn't recommend it. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's how you get Judge Judy right there. Judge Dredd Judy. Mega City's Supreme Judge Judy. Right now it's all math for me. Stupid quaternion rotations to alignment vectors. Easy, but making a rotation feel correct is hard. I.e. flipped upside down. Basic math makes it just flip that way back forward. But I want to roll it the way it's facing if it's over too far kind of thing. Sometimes in games they do weird things like they'll, instead of actually rotating the player controller, they'll rotate the entire world kind of thing. But who knows what that does to physics and stuff if you're like a physics game. I know with like large planetary stuff, floating point gets to be a real problem. And so they'll move the entire world around the player instead of the other way around. It's on sale right now. There's a 3 and a 4, and I'm conflicted on which one to pick. There's probably a subreddit where there's you go and you find out what's the favorite. And then everyone who doesn't like that one's an idiot. That's generally how it works on Reddit. If coding in Lua is any indication, I'm able to circumvent all math with the inefficiencies of nested if statements and math.random. Yeah, no, but unfortunately Codex is in true six depth of field. He's like essentially skipping for a first time game. Is this the first time? Thanks, Calvin, for unplugging my camera. Is this the first game you're making? It's like skipping Wolfenstein and Doom and going straight to Quake for first game. But if you have programming skills and you got math behind you, you're set. My code looks like it could have been executed with 2d6. What's the next line of code going to be? You're like, doubles. What does that mean? I don't know. So, here's what we got. And now, this is going to seem like nothing. If I go like this, right? Oh, it looks the same as it's always looked. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Watching the days go by. But, so this is, but I promise you, everything is completely different now under the hood. Why, Cricket? Well, let me tell you. The system now is completely disassociated from... It's an add-on. It's a true add-on. These nodes here that you're seeing, you supply to the system. And then the system is just the set of rules. And so now we have it set up where I can put this add-on in any Godot install and you just create the logic that you want for the thing that you're making. Does that make sense? So you create this move to node and you give it the ports that you want and the variables that they accept. And the behavior within all of it is up to you to handle in your own node. Okay? So that's the big change. Why did I do that? Is because I'm using this already in two things. One is top secret. Operation Top Secret. This is not my large automobile. I'll tell you why. It's because Cricket hates when things work, so he redoes them. But we are well on our way now because the add-on is now its own Git repo. And when I make changes to it, I pull it down on both things and make sure that it's working on both of them. So it's almost like I'm testing it with two people. So what we're going to be working on today is variables are the way that we initially had set this up. I hate how add-ons are part of the source. Yeah, you have to use like crap, what's it called? In Linux when you point to something that's not really there. What the hell's that called? You know what I'm talking about. Symlink. Yeah. I installed an add-on for switch layouts, fast and easy, and it was so much crap in code. Switching layouts, fast and easy. Yeah, that's the one thing is there's a lot of people that have different opinions about code, and so when you put in someone's add-on, it's just like the worst add-ons, and I can't believe Godot doesn't have, that AssetLib doesn't have some sort of check for this. The worst kind of add-ons put stuff outside of the add-on folder. And they'll put like a README inside your directory. And it's like, whoa, dude, this is my space. Get out of here. It was like 500 files for something that could have been one. Yeah. There's a great talk about that from a Python developer of all people about, hey, you don't have to use classes all the time. Like, you could chill out, you know, just write a function. And it was basically that. It was just talking about reducing this like multi-tiered thing into like a single function call. For example, the attached object can't move, the destination vector is outside the allowed range, etc. Well, presumably we're going to lose. Those scenarios are just part of the game. So if something like that is happening, then you need to handle it. You need to expect it. Nathir, how's it going? All right. Rice, I got your redeem. Sorry, it's 14 hours late. Mini sides. Left side, mini whelps. Handle it. You have to handle it. Left side. Is that still around somewhere? Can we find that video? Playing WoW sounds like the worst way to relax from your full-time job. You know what I'm going to do when I'm done with my job is go home to my other job where everyone yells at me and I do everything wrong. It's actually worse than real work. That sounds like a great way to unwind. Man. Everyone's shitting on Pirate Software for that incident or whatever. And it's like, I'm sorry, guys. You guys. I can't have sympathy for either side. This is so ridiculous. And then you go and speak against the gaming initiative. Yeah. Yeah, it's instantly think of Pirate Software now with WoW. My goal is to make Cricket lose his mind. It's going to happen this year. Okay, so yeah, so variable. So again, this is probably just going to be a stream of me looking at code and writing it and nothing happening. And I'm sorry about that. That's why I say when the go live from now on, if the go live notification says come hang a while, it basically means you're not going to see much happen because there's so much like it's like I'm tunneling or something, and you're not going to see me pop my head out of the ground for a while, you know. WoW is the first subscription that started all that BS. But I would say, okay, so the difference between, and I remember having this argument early in Destiny's history, but I was arguing that Destiny should have just done a subscription model. Because Destiny basically was a subscription model, because you constantly paid for these things that gate-kept content. And you couldn't enjoy the complete game if you weren't constantly buying the add-ons and everything. And this was like 6 months into it with Destiny. And I was like, imagine, I don't know if anyone remembers the early days of Destiny, but they had changed so much so rapidly, and you had to have the new version in order to like and consume all this new content. And it was like, I want to say it was like 6 months into it. I was like, imagine if somebody had bought this game for Christmas. Because some people do that because they don't have a lot of money. They lay away or whatever. And then they get the game and it's like not the game anymore. And like a more merciful solution would have been to just have a fucking monthly subscription. I'm here for the company, not to be amazed by seeing through thousands of lines of code written every day. They're in here. The earliest significant subscription-like service was Real Player. Oh yeah, I remember in my computer class the Real Media, and they had a better compression than MP3. And to my ear, you could compress and get a smaller file size in the same sound. I forget what the file format was called, but you could also fit the player on a floppy. So you'd bring your music on a floppy, and you'd bring the player on a floppy. You'd put the player in the computer, copy it to your MyDocs. Because back then on Windows, if you put anything in MyDocs, you could just run it. And then you just put your floppy in with your music and listen to your stuff. Those are good times. AOL. I'm guessing AOL sucked up Real Media, right? What happened with them, I wonder? Back then it would have been AOL. It had to have been, right? Real Media, Wiki. Are they still around? Developed by Real Networks. Real Networks LLC, founded in 1994. Rob Glaser. Revenue 2014. It's private. It still exists. CEO still has it. So it went public. It got purchased by a Dutch company called Xylom, and now it's private again. Crazy. Huh. QuickTime. Yeah. Yeah, you remember getting music discs? You could get CDs, music CDs, and then you'd put them in a PC, and then you'd have to install QuickTime, and there'd be something on it. I'll be right back. I gotta turn the monitor off. Yeah, if you weren't on a Mac, QuickTime was awful. It's basically like how iCloud is on PC. Like on the Mac, it's just there, right? But Windows Media Player was superior for sure back then. And of course, Winamp was the way to play music. At one point, I hated all media players because I skinned them for all BET, Sony, AOL, MFT, etc. BET media player. Black Entertainment Television had a media player? Since TV, movie subscriptions have been getting worse, pirating is now on the rise again. Yar! The black market will always grow when it's if it is harder to do something in a legal means, there will grow a black market. It's just like a given. It is astonishing to me how I'll always think of a movie I want to watch. Hollywoodland is a movie right now that is unavailable streaming anywhere at all. And it's like, oh, I want to watch about the original Superman actor and like supposedly killed himself, and it's got like Ben Affleck is the guy, and I saw a clip on YouTube and I was like, oh, this looks like an interesting movie. I was trying to find it to watch it, and you can't stream it anywhere. So the only way you can watch it is if you buy it. I think you can. I think you can rent it, but it's just like, I don't know. It's weird times, man. It's almost looking like cable television's the way to go. It's like, you know what? Just to give me back cable TV, because this is fucking awful. I just can't do this anymore. I've had a few hundred million of users before I graduated high school. That's awesome. All right, well, let me get some music going. I'm gonna plug this guy. I like his music. It's good stuff. Let me throw it in the chat. It's like if Effects Twin took a chill out pill and made music that didn't want to make you slam your head against the wall repeatedly until you fell unconscious. Although some of his music's cool, but a lot of it just sounds like the guy who thinks he can play the drums in high school on his table but can't. That's what it feels like. Trying to decide if today is the day to switch back from sandals to socks and shoes. Are you a sandals socks guy, or are you a sandals barefoot guy? Movie sucks. There's no need to waste money on them since you can buy a game for the same price and have fun for a couple hours, 8 to 12 most of the time. I feel more and more with my family, with my kids, that playing games with them is far better than sitting there in silence and watching a movie. It's trauma. Yeah, I remember you telling me about your coworker. Sandals barefoot. Okay, you're a rational person. I appreciate that. All right. Dude, if you have kids, the struggle when they go outside to keep their shoes on is like eternal. I find it hard watching movies. 1.5 to 2 hours of my attention span with virtually no return is hard for me to justify. Yeah, this is one of the reasons when I watch movies, there's like evergreen movies that I'll go to. Let me see. I'll go down some of them. Hugo is one that's like evergreen for me. There's like an onion peel to it. It's like all these layers. Kingdom of Heaven, the director, the extended version. That's another one that's kind of a go-to. I'm trying to think of the ones. There's a couple of Miyazaki ones. Whispers of the Heart is a Ghibli film, but it's not Miyazaki. I love that one. Which is like, it's weird because it's just about like teen kind of romance, but not in a gross anime way, but in a sweet innocent way. But that's a great one. The director made that film and then died in a car accident. Never made another one again. He would have been great, I bet. Like if I watch a movie, I'm usually programming or reading a white paper during it. Adult movies, I watch them for their stories. But the Miyazaki films, Ponyo, and then The Wind Rises. Those are my two favorites of his. And then I would say from his son, it would be from Up on Poppy Hill. That's like, that one's got like almost like an Oedipus thing going in it, but it's really good. And yeah, from the Ghibli stuff, that's those are some bangers for me at least. I love all the ones that people tend to hate, but not like ironically. It's like legitimately, these are the good ones. Yeah, that's The Wind Rises. That one, the very end of that film gets me so fucking choked up. It is one of the best anti-war films that I've seen. I don't think you make a war film against war by showing war, which is like a weird thing to say. But I think if you put anything in film, it tends to glorify it no matter what, however you try to avoid that. But this shows like the results of it without showing it, which is interesting. All right. So, variables. Let's get to work. So variables are a little weird because so this is one of the reasons why we have an error here. Okay. All right, let's try reloading. Cammy, it's going. So, the rewrites of this whole system that I've got going, the add-on runs as a singleton in the game. So in the actual game code, you access it as a singleton. It's registered as a singleton. It's available in your globals as scenario editor. So this is where you send your load and you get your signals from, is this thing here. So you'll say load this file, and if there's any sort of signals or something that you're waiting for, you register to this, and then and you'll get them back from it. So that's how it works in the game. It's added on the scene, being that it's a singleton. It's in the root. And then, by the way, speaking of out of context quotes, I got a good one. This is from a long time ago. This is from like 2 years ago. Red sent this to me. I got to share this. Here we go. This is an old one. An oldie but a goodie. Out of context. No, I remember the context.
That's nice. So they can feel the poop coming.
I always just figured they didn't know it was coming and it just came out. So that's an out of context clip there. Enjoy. Can anyone guess what I was talking about? Can you guess what Cricket was talking about? put your answers. Press 9 if you think it was. You guys remember the voting? America's Funniest Home Videos. I miss that stuff. Sounds like deer, to be honest. Yeah, I think it was about birds. And I was saying that they weren't pooping on you maliciously. But then the conversation came up that they can feel their poops because people with birds can train them to hold it. And so, it's like, oh, well, they're doing it on purpose then. These sons of bitches, they're pooping on us on purpose. Apparently sounds like some people train birds to steal. Dude, I wouldn't doubt it. I've seen crows take mail out of people's mailboxes. Ours, there was a crow that was doing that. I'm sure he's trying to build a nest, but it would also be a great way to steal someone's mail. Have the bird commit the federal offense. Man, I've the number of times like delivery services that are like, you know, Walmart or whatever, where they've decided to put something in our mailbox is too high. It's like, whoa, you guys have no idea. You just committed like that's if the cops were trying to get you on anything or the feds and they saw you do that, mail fraud, bam, you're screwed. That's it for you. That isn't mail fraud how they got what's his name, like that famous mobster? Like, I don't know, what can we get him on? Oh well, he got his friend's mail and gave it to him. That's it, mail fraud. We got him. All right. So we have a value here. And we always need to be able to access the value. I think it should be private. Do we get it through a getter? I think so. I don't know. And we extend graph node variable. Okay, so graph node variable. Here's where we go. Okay, so let's do this. Value. And the value will be a variant because we don't know what it's going to be, but we do know what it's going to be here. It's not mail fraud unless you open it. Oh. What is it? You can't send. There's like a certain amount of money you can't send via mail, like physical cash money. There's like so many things you can screw up just with the mail. Dude, have you guys seen the cost of postage? Anybody from the States? The postage was always, I remember two distinct prices. It was 24 cents and then it jumped to 32 and everyone lost their minds and it stayed at 32 forever. And now it's 70 something. I only know the one that wasn't paying the taxes. Since we'll say null. And then there's almost no reason not to do this all. I haven't mailed anything in over a decade. Which is pretty funny because, yeah, the reason why I found out is because I'm trying to get my daughter to work on her penmanship. And so we're just doing like a big pen pal system. And writing to her friends seems like a fun way to want to have good writing. Which is pretty funny because it means that he could Give a cut to the government and would be free. That's the funny thing about any sort of ticketing that's a fee. Is like you can't just pay the cop right then and there because that's bribery. But if you do it through this complex bureaucracy, that's justice. And it's just like, okay, guys. All right, I'll play your little game. Let me go to the building or log on, and I'll pay the thing. And we're not corrupt. Gotcha. It's all right. So I'm applying this graph node to it. GN, I need some sort of like smaller thing to call it. SE variable? Could do that. Scenario editor. Probably need to change the name is what I'm saying. There's not a lot of pressure to keep it cheap right now. It does feel like with all the digitization of stuff that you'd see some revolution with the mail system. You would think actually another thing is just like the self-folding piece of paper as mail would be more prevalent. Like something like that. Where the thing with the information is the envelope. But instead it's this, and I get that we have all these machines for doing mail metering and stuff like that, so that's why. It is a graph node, but it's part of the CNET scenario editor. But yeah, we'll do GN. Codex, you might know, is there a way, you change the name of a file in Git and you lose the entire history? Is there a way to keep that history following it like it was always named that or it was always in that folder? It should detect. Okay. I've never needed to know that wasn't true. I always figured it was, though. It'll come to Codex. I would suggest working on something else if you can. If there is something else in the game you can work on, and like let your brain cook on it. And I'm sure like you'll be washing dishes or something, and it's gonna pop into your head and be like, I'll do it this way. Excuse me. Ooh, these are in the wrong spots, baby. I think these need to go back in the... Mm-hmm. Okay. It has a way of detecting moves and renames. Strictly speaking, it's different file now, but when showing diffs or changes, it shows you the move or rename. Okay. There's no information stored that says, like, this was a move in the commit. It's all reconstructed based on some heuristic on the changes that are in the commit. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Dude, UIDs in Godot are awesome. I'm a happy camper with them. UIDs sort of solve the problem that I had with referencing scene elements in code. Because if you have the UID of something and it moves or it's renamed, it'll always be the same. So if you want to reference some thing in the Godot file system in the same manner, you can use the UID like that, which is nice. All right. I had a few UID bugs editing one project on a desktop Linux machine and on a Windows laptop, but overall it's a good addition. Really? The difference on OS? Interesting. I wonder if the UID, if it was a creation problem where... Because you could create a UID conflict where if you added something to a Godot project, committed that addition without having Godot open to create the UID, then on two separate computers, when they pull that change down, they would both create a different UID. So that could be problematic. I could see that being an issue. So like when you add anything into Godot, you want to make sure to have Godot open to create the UIDs. I could see that as a bug. That would actually create a bug right there for sure. There's also a very rare possibility of a UID conflict from pulling an add-on and it having the same UID, some element of it having the same UID as something in your project already. That could happen. I've had a few issues where I rename a file outside of Godot while it's open. Can cause a condition where I haven't been able to rename the UID file yet, and it creates a new one. Yeah. Yep. Could see all that being real. Okay, so I'm just doing GN just because it just I just need to be able to see more of the name, frankly. So now if I reload, theoretically, we're gonna see better names in our okay, so we can ignore that. Should see better names here. No, it still shows graph node. That's weird. That's very weird. Should have a reference to the thingy-majiggy. Let's check the because these should now say just start vector 3, move to, and play audio. Alas, they do not. Let me double check the I promise there's a reason I'm doing all this. I swear. By the sun and the moon in the sky, I'll be there. Yes, I swear. For better or worse. Maybe I need to reload. Because it is a ready. Oh. Shh. Maybe I need to reload. Let's try that. We'll do two things. Disable, disable, and reload. M.
Oh, that's cool.
With the raid, 42 of you coming in, sandwiching me.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Shout out to M Audio. M Audio 78.1 FM. Playing all the medieval hits of yonder. We did. It's going to be a rare morning stream from me. Owner King, what's up? Tapper, how's it going? A serenade raid from Tapper. Fiero, how are you doing? M, do you have a itch page, M? Yeah, it's gonna be the night shift. Can you link me the your itch page? Grr. Can you link me your itch page? Please and thank you. Ma'am. We have these beetles that my wife calls country beetles. I always make fun of it. Whenever there's one in our house, I go, ma'am. Well, evening, ma'am. Pardon me. These like little tiny, they come from elm trees. They have a symbiotic relationship. What happens to one affects the other. Do they play cool music? They don't. No, they mostly just like land on your shoulder and crawl up your neck, and you're just like. But I've got 4 elm trees I have to cut down to get rid of these guys. So we're gonna do that eventually, at some point. Okay. Well, if you're new here, welcome. I'm working on this little node system. We're working on variables for it right now. Basically, it's if you're familiar with Blender's blueprints, it's something like that. And you add different nodes together and you hook them together based on variable types and stuff like that. So there's I've done a lot of refactoring for this so that it works as a true add-on in Godot. So theoretically, somebody could download it and put it on their Godot install, because I'm using it on 2 different projects right now. The game that I'm working on right now is a clone. We'll call it a clone. We'll call it a clone of a game called G-Police from Psygnosis. Is that how you say it? Psygnosis? One of those things, right? Got to say it with an English accent though, because they're from Liverpool. But anyways, it's about being a cop in a fascist future, and and you're there because something happened to your sister. But this game, it's not going to be like that. Still with a police state, yes, but not the same scenario. Dark Muppeteer, how's it going? But G Police was an awesome game. I equate it to the gameplay, and the loops are, in my mind, like a Jungle Strike or Desert Strike, but in 3D. In this game, we throw Molotov cocktails on the future police. So, Fiera, I have a lot of ideas about environmental storytelling with, because it's like, the way the game is going to be set up is it's like very clear that it's police for thee, but not for me. And it's really they're there to protect the political and financial elites, but all of the sort of propagandic material that you see on like the floating screens and stuff are going to be like here to protect you and keep you safe and all that kind of stuff. But really, it's everyone else that they're trying to just like completely screw over, and you don't have to, as a player, see, what I'm hoping is the game is communicating something to somebody if they're paying attention. But as a player, like if you're in like the lower areas, you don't have to worry about civilian casualties. But if you're in like the higher end area, then it's like, oh, you got to be careful here. So exactly like IRL. Yeah, exactly. Orchestrator. I looked at it. Somebody just mentioned it yesterday. The difference with this, I don't know anything about Orchestrator, but the difference with this compared to like the one that does good GD script code specifically is that you create the nodes that are going to be used. You could add a quote to the start of the game. Remember the 5th of November. So it's we'll see. We'll see. I hope, yeah, I'm definitely, so I'm borrowing this, RoboCop, Mega City. What's that crazy city in, that really compact, I have it in my notes. Let me show you. Mega City, Neo Tokyo, Los Angeles Blade Runner. Like that kind of stuff, right? I mean, your tropes. Just laying into those tropes. Dang it, I put it somewhere. City. I'll have to find it. It's weird, it's not here. It does specific. I like making custom nodes. Godot Orchestrator isn't GDScript, by the way. It's a completely separate general purpose scripting system that integrates with GD extension like any other language. Oh, I see. Hey, Boolean, how's it going? I should look into it, because if it does what I want, then I don't need to do this. I could show you the game right now, but I can't, there's nothing to show you. We had, I have flying in it, and I think I have maybe a clip in the devlog area. No. But imagine being able to fly around a city with a lot of traffic. That's what we've got. So, you're just gonna have to imagine, because everything's busted right now. Thank you. That's from that guy, right? Who did all those bad things. Think about it every night and day. All right. He's the trapped in the closet guy. Is that from the trapped in the closet guy? He's approaching the closet. He's getting closer to the closet. He's almost at the closet. Man. I feel like that song is like, I'm just gonna freestyle it, guys. Watch me go. Watching all those was a wild ride back in the day. Well, it was like, is this satire? Because if it is, it's brilliant. But if it isn't, this is hilarious. Like, I'm laughing for a different reason. Okay. We're going to look at... in his head, it was, yeah. He's like, this is going to be the Rush equivalent album where it's this soap opera epic thing. It's going to be a 3-parter. It's like, I'm going to be remembered forever for this. And it's like, well, you got one part of this right. Seems like BS. It is not. Okay, so... Because I'm giving a UID for set panel. We want to convert it to a... Ooh, but see, this isn't get ID path. Set ID, text to ID. ID to text. Text to ID. So it's text to ID. But then, why do they have get ID path? But they don't have one for the text. So you have to convert it to an ID and then send that into... Are they serious? So I guess what we could do is create a set UID panel just to and then this will be set path panel. Text to ID. Can we load with your resource? Does it inherit? No, it doesn't. Okay, no, we can't. This is just to manipulate the UID system, but we can also grab information from it. Okay. Var file path. String. This is int. You know, I've been watching a lot of talks from Romero and Carmack, and there's something interesting they both talk about, and I saw them talking with each other actually as well on some anniversary of Doom or something, and they do specifically bring up like because I guess it's something they just see a lot of. But like sort of dogmatic adherence to a certain way of coding and stuff, and how that's not like, because of the environment that they worked in back in the day, everyone was responsible for their thing, and the result of the thing was what was important, not how the thing was what it was. I had dinner with Carmack as a kid. Oh, that would have been cool. Get ID path. So now that we have the ID, we can get the path. Now we say ID. File path. And now we have the file path, and now we can load it proper. Okay, let's see if that fixes our issue. And I believe we can get rid of this, because this appears to be total bullshit. Set UID panel. Okay, and I think we can get rid of this. One thing I'm very guilty of is prematurely coding, which is not optimization so much as I'm like, I'm going to need this variable, and I'm going to need this function, and it's like there's nothing there yet that needs it. I strongly need to stop doing that in my programming. So it's still not happy. Panel. Graph node. Self. Okay. We're still not happy. Okay. We're getting there. I begged him for the full copy of Wolfenstein 3D. I have serial number 3. Oh, that's cool. Wolfenstein 3D. Bullion says, me too. I've at least recognized it so that I can heal. Let the healing begin. Okay, so no panel still. Cricket's hosed the panel system. Way to go, Cricket. Let's go look at, hang on. Set UID panel, pack scene. Let's make sure we're actually getting something here. Debug. Okay. And we should be able to get this just by loading. Whoops. Why did any of that break anything? Bro, what? $16. Position offset.
Bruh.
Bruh. Position offset. What? What is it talking about right now? Invalid assignment of property name, graph edit, string name on base nil. How did any of these changes do this? How did any of these changes do this, bros? Ah, a bunch of other stuff is okay. Hang on a second. Let me keep that. We'll do UID panel here. We'll keep this the same. This should be it though. Maybe we need to re-register. Man, doing tooling and stuff in Godot is sometimes just the worst. But I think Godot would make a wonderful, and actually you're seeing it with that Battlefield game, but Godot as a tool for development, I think is a really good move. Cannot instantiate on null value. Graph edit 61. What are we talking about right now, bros? Graph edit. Bring it up. 61. Null value. Graph node instantiate. Cannot instantiate on null value. Graph node extended is host. Something's wrong with this right now. Even though it's not giving an error. Instantiated a null value. No, hang on. Resource later load, graph node, graph scene, event scene. It's right here. This is a problem. Path. Yeah, get ID path. So we're doing. Okay, so let's do this. Print, debug. Something's in the way. This is null. There's the path. It shows a packed scene. And now it's not complaining. Bro. Okay. Graph node init. Method expects 1 arguments but called with 0. What is going on? There's no expectation of arguments here. All right. I'm calling it. We got to load and reopen Godot. Something weird is going on here. Son of a bitch, I hate when that shit happens. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to blow off some steam real quick and grab a soda. Fuck, I hate that. Sometimes you just got to close and open Godot because something weird happened and it's like referencing some leftover somewhere. Ah, man, that's exactly what I was talking about with sometimes doing tooling in Godot is a little bit of a pain in the ass. But again, if you use Godot as building tools for something else, it would be a joy. But building tools for Godot is sometimes a pain in the ass. All right, let me get some music here. Chill, nostalgic Wii music. Be right back, guys. Journey shepherd, he's a shepherd. Journey shepherd, his name is Cal. Her name is Brown. All right. Todd's here? Todd. My name is Todd. We don't have any errors here. Do you have a... That was the problem here. How is that even a thing? Was that... All right, let's try loading it again. Okay. Show panel. All right, let's double check. Gotta be on graph edit. So there's a signal we're not connecting to. Which is when it's pressed. So we add it here. Slot updated. Panel selected. No. Node selected. There we go. Okay. Sure this is still firing. Okay. So then show info panel. The panel. Selected. Node panel. Look at that. Ah, and so we're doing self. That's incorrect. So node panel. So set UID panel. Panel graph node. See, I don't know what the deal is with this, but we're gonna keep following the code. Show full panel. Scroll container. So do we have a reference to scroll container proper? Remove. Add. We'll track this son of a bitch down. Panel. Okay. We had this before. Oh, it's because I have editor open. God, there's all these weird little things. Oh, I didn't see your howdy, Todd. I'm sorry about that. Codex, do you have an itch page that I need to link to? I gotta start doing shoutouts here. I'm not doing a good job. Bullion, do you have Steam pages or anything? Give me some links, guys. I'm building the list. Hashtag build the list. Sadly, nothing. will deploy to web. Oh, no problem. Well, you can still do executable downloads for itch. But I got you. Okay, well, how much time did I waste there? 30, 40 minutes for nothing? Literally no problem. I was troubleshooting. Fantastic. Okay. What a waste of time. I can't even get it to align properly. You'll get there. You'll get there, dude. It's a mind F, you know? Because there's like math is like, oh, I'm plotting a line and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, but then it's all player input changes the result of blah, blah. And it's just like, you know, it's a whole thing, dude. It sucks. And there's just game feel, which is an entirely another. It sucks. And it sucks how much band-aiding you end up doing. Man, met Carmack in the Wolfenstein 3D days. That's awesome. Wolfenstein. That was right. That would have been when they were making their plans to leave whatchamacallit. It would have been during all of that. It's aligning right. So the math is so you're dealing with game feel. Yeah. So then you have to create more math. You're like Mhm. Okay, so that's what we need to set up. No idea, Bullion. Greg, how's it going? Hope you're doing good. Greg. I think we're on day 20. So I think we're on day 20. I could be wrong. So in theory, I should have 10 more days to have this thing done, and then hopefully no matter what, at day 30, I'm gonna take a break from this stuff and start building the actual game world elements. And I have to decide if I'm gonna use Blender or Block. What's it called? Block Builder. What's it called? Block something. And I think I might go with that just because of how it ties, because I'm definitely doing low poly, whatever it's going to end up being, but the way that it ties together all that and handles like UV and everything for me. I don't think I need this. I only need a reference to the thing. Once I do this, I have it. And it takes care of its own data. Yeah, this is cool. Man, this whole thing is really cool. It's like a weird mind F, but it's really cool. Crocodile 3D. This is the other one that I've seen. So yeah, this is a good one. Blockbench is the other one that I'm looking at. By the way, I got to plug Jotson's game. Who is Pepe Sylvia? Find out in the mailroom. This has a web app version of it as well. Who is Pepe Sylvia? But Blockbench is pretty legit now. You can also rig. So they have like, where's an example? Here we go. And then check this out. I mean, this is Gran Turismo right here. Look at that. It's absolutely Gran Turismo. It's crazy. I'm sorry. Nothing will ever beat the first Gran Turismo. There's something about that one that I feel like is so good. But that's from me wanting more features. Blockbench is a, I mean, if we go open the web app, it's a generic model, create a new model. It's a 3D editing tool. GT2 was for me. Yeah, they're both the same. Like GT2 had absolutely way more vehicles and everything. But some of my favorite vehicles were in one. Yeah, they're about the same. But there's something just... I spent so much more time in one. I have a vivid memory of my childhood being so sick and feeling terrible, but loving life with GT2. Yeah. Yeah, just the music and everything for it. It had that crushed sound because it wasn't playing CD audio. It was like a compressed audio format, but it was still like, you know, good audio. And then the intro and all that stuff. It's good stuff. 2001. I started with 2. Crazy interesting. Yeah, I was what 1. The manual in 1 had literal like Laguna Seca driving school. Instructor, here's how you drift, here's how you take corners, here's the apex, like how do you find the apex, like all of that stuff. It's cool. Okay. But anyways, it's a tool for creating it's like you add a cube here and then you can stress around, you can paint it. And then it does the UV stuff for you just automatically. How do you paint? I don't know. I don't know enough about it just yet, but I've watched some videos on it. It seems really straightforward. And you can do normals and all that stuff on it as well. And it has a web app, which is neat. But you can still download an executable if you want. Runs on Linux and everything. Yeah, the first game had that song from Courtney Love was in it. And the soundtracks are interesting because the European and Japanese and American releases all have a different soundtrack. So people's memories of the game is unique to the score even. There goes my workday. It's gone. Yeah, Blockbench, I think Codex was saying, originally it was meant for just editing Minecraft stuff, but it's gotten way more advanced from those days. Like doing characters and the what do you call it? Voxel editing. I probably aged a year while driving around the super speedway track. Is that the one? Is that the one that goes like it doesn't exist, right? It's not a real course. Oh, just a big oval. The one, there's a super speedway something else that's like it's part of super speedway, because super speedway was like this, right? And then there was one that went like, I want to say it was like this, back around. That one I did a lot, and it had like a tunnel around here. Maybe, yeah. And then Laguna Seca, that was another one that I did a lot of, and they didn't have Le Mans, did they? But I loved it. I loved getting my favorites. My favorite cars to drive were well, it depended. But I did love slicking. If I had a front wheel drive, I'd do hard tires in the front and then really slick tires in the back, or soft in the front and slick in, like hard on the back. And then that way, when I go around a turn, I could just whip the rear of the car, just like whoosh, and just pull it back. It was good stuff. Not a good sim by today's standards, but still a lot of fun. All right. Anyways. Okay. So anytime I need the value. This is correct. And it's not a variant, it's a variable. So I just say graph node variable. I don't need to know the type, but this will ensure that we can get value from it, right? And it's not, and it should be just value exposed. It's public. I don't know that I'm going to do a getter. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Okay. But this only fires when something tells it that it's changed. See, this is where everything is changing. And there may be times that I want to get Now I want to look up old There weren't very many courses. High Speed Ring is the one that I'm thinking of. Was in every single Gran Turismo game except for 3, A-Spec, and Sport. So my Gran Turismo history went 1 and then 3. I went to A-Spec. Is this it? No, this isn't the one. It might be Speedway. Clubman stage? I think Clubman stage. Maybe this was it. This might be it. It had a tunnel. It was fun. I loved it. I couldn't stand it. I just loved the grind of like it did feel like you had to work really hard to get money and earn the cars and everything like that by purchasing them. Never made it past getting a license. Okay. So I don't think what I'm thinking... Almost there, guys. So what I'm thinking this connection here isn't necessarily... We need... If this is a function, what we need is... What I'm using the Boolean for as an input right now is to call the function. What we need is something that's not necessarily a variable so much as execute. Right? So that's what I'm using this thing called getInput is really about. Because in its own world, it may be doing something. Blur is my favorite racing game. Like Mario Kart, but with racing cars, really. Hmm. That's cool. I did like the Need for Speed series. The peak of it, in my opinion, was High Stakes, I think it was called. On PC. Which is like impossible to play anywhere now. That was peak. Was it High Stakes? Yeah, I think it was High Stakes. And then I did like the first street racing Need for Speed game. I forget what that one was called. And then I just feel like the series has always been so inconsistent. Underground. Yeah, Underground was great. Underground. And then there was that weird Rockstar series that I really enjoyed, which was like a weird open world racing game. I think there were 3 of them. Midnight Club. I want to say the first one was the one I played. I want to say the first Midnight Club. Was it in Paris? It might have been Midnight Club 2. I think it was Midnight Club 2 was the one I remember. Yeah, Midnight Club was great. Loved Motorstorm when it came out. Yeah, Midnight Club was a lot of fun. The Madness games. Yeah. Shit. It's the kind of game we should be. I feel like there's probably a renaissance for Need. Somebody, that's the thing, like some indie scene could probably sweep Need for Speed and all this nostalgia for these particular games. Because the problem with automobile games, though, is people want to see the cars they know. And so it's all a licensing thing. So you can't really see anybody in the indie space do that stuff. I was a tester for those. I was a playtester for, well, not really a playtester. I was in the network testing for SOCOM, like one of the first PS2 network games. That headset and all that stuff. It was weird. SOCOM and then Hot Shots. I want to say it was one of the early Hot Shots game with multiplayer. Yeah. Terminal Reality, who also made Terminal Velocity. I remember I was doing that, and my nephew came over, and I had him try it out, and Terminal Reality or Terminal Velocity. I think you mentioned that already. I think I have that in my list of things. Yeah. That was one that I had mentioned John Blow had worked on that one. Which is like I don't know why I knew that, but I was like, oh, this one, I think John Blow worked on this one. I could be wrong. It looks like it though. It was a golf game. you know that we're gonna lose. I know this seems weird that I'm just sitting here kind of thinking about things.
I can't believe you've done this.
Clem, thanks for the follow. I gotta close all these links. I'm looking at Gran Turismo. Mm-hmm. Okay, Cricket's getting it. Cricket's getting it. Biting nails, regression to a 3-year-old. 3-year-olds bite their nails? Hmm. Mhm. This music's madness, dude. Get rid of this music. I can't believe I'm sitting here listening to this stuff. I got fucking wackadoo. And some AI process nonsense. I'm not gonna waste my time to try to see if it's good or not. This is much better. Cricket's thinking about things. Mm-hmm. It's called programming, baby. You sit and stare at a screen, and then you type occasionally. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Oh, Van. 39. Mhm. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to create a custom icon for our connections here. So here's what's going on, if I can give you guys a heads up. The connections between these 2 points are just simply going to be references to each other, right? So when I'm in this function here and I want to access the value of vector 3, whatever, right? I just access a reference dot value of that thing. And I get the thing, right? But in this case here, what I've been using as a Boolean is really more of a, like an event. I mean, we're calling it an event. And so that is where I need to say, hey, you need to know this thing happened, right? And so that's the thing that I've been trying to hang all of the connections on, but it actually doesn't make sense to do that because I only need to execute, like, it's a thing that's happening right now that I need. Hey, this thing's happening right now, blah, right? So that triggers different things inside the function, or so. Not Booleans. Those are not Booleans. Okay. So that's what I'm getting. We're going to be working on that. And then objects as a variable are a little weird because, again, we're defining all these things for the system. Yeah. Oh, well, I really don't. I'm not a fan of tell me what to do coding. Frankly. That's the one thing that drives me nuts, because whenever I do something that someone says you should do it this way, I do it that way, and then I'm instantly like wanting to change it. So, these are just patterns that I'm developing, I guess. I don't know. I'm just oh man. Everything I'm doing is wrong. As a streamer, I always say that. The beautiful thing about streaming is everything you do is wrong. It's lovely. Okay. So we're going to work on making those icons, though. The funny thing is, if I had exposed my inner monologue the entire time, I know when I do that, if I think out loud, then everything I'm thinking out loud is wrong too. So it's connection. Is it port? Or is it slot? It said slot. Custom icon. That's slot. Custom icon. Okay, that's it. Custom icon left. I feel like that's I don't know. I don't know that I believe it either. But I can also believe it, and it creates a disturbing if you're deterministic, if you believe in determinism, it only confirms that even more. Or I wouldn't say believe in, but they can't picture things if it's like an apple, it's not literally in front of them. It's interesting. I put on the meme theme somebody describing the process of being able to visualize something in their mind's eye, which if they couldn't before, ironically, it was AI that got them to be able to do it. But this was someone should study how diving into AI makes us absorb its capabilities. When I hit about 50K image prompts, I noticed something insane. Simply thinking of a prompt would cause images to appear in my mind. Hard to explain. It's like I see it mentally without seeing it visually. So if this is true that some people can't visualize something in their mind's eye, this person literally, through doing AI prompting, trained their brain to be able to do that. So this is funny because it's like hilarious, you know, but at the same time, if it is true that some people can't do that, and this is one of those people, by doing AI prompts over and over and over and over and over again, he actually trained his brain. He trained himself to be able to visualize it before when he couldn't. Okay, so if it's a specific type, and in this case it would be event. We're calling it event, but I might change the name. It's so then on something like start, let's go over that. It's not a bool. It's type event. And then over on move to its type event. On input. And this probably should be the top. Okay. And this is also an event. We'll call it that. So then when we set it, set slot Cepha, right? So then if it's a specific type, then we're gonna append the texture 2D. So we just need an arrow. And it'll just be pointing right. Really? Just now left or right? This might do it. Have to rotate it. I also do. We do have the. You know what? I just do a lightning bolt. No, but it needs to fit on the slot. We could give it a shot. See if it works. Let's see. So I should texture 2D. That's the texture rect. Shit the bed. Texture 2D, but is a packed scene, so we still have to instantiate. Okay. So this is not where I want to do this, but we'll just do it to compressed texture 2D is part of texture 2D, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what? There's nothing there yet because we have to reload because this is almost got me. It's doing that thing. Okay. It's there. The scale is enormous. There we go. Why are we red? Ah, because of the I think we should be white. All right. Okay. So then why does everything else bomb out? Let's see. Okay. And then on the left side over here, it should be a little lightning bolt on the receiving. Move to event. Input. So input is not changing it proper. Let's see if we can figure out why. That was set on left. So let's see. Let's see. That's what's bombing it. There we go. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go tinkle. Yeah, I hope I didn't come off as a dick, Codex. One of the things about streaming that I find is that generally the question of, especially if it's formed as what is it you're trying to do, is a layup for I know that the next thing is everything I'm doing is I shouldn't be doing. It's wrong. Why? Like, and then it's like if I enter at a certain point, I just have to do something. And I have ulterior motives for what I'm doing with this, besides using it as an excuse to build something for this game. But beyond all that, like it gets hard when, and this used to happen all the time, is I would entertain answering that, and I would literally change what I was doing because someone suggested it, and I'd start doing it that way, and then somebody would come in and say, "Why am I doing that?" And well, why? And then I would explain, well, that's wrong. And it would be do it the way I was doing it before. And I think it happened 3 times with one thing I was working on in a period of a week. And at that point, I just decided, all right, I can't do this. I can't be like, I can't work that way. I just can't. I can't do it. And especially sometimes it'll happen 3 times in one stream where I'm literally repeating myself about something and having to explain it like over and over. And I'm not very good at explaining things anyway, so I might have explained what I was talking about even completely wrong. But it just becomes like, it feels like if I put myself on the defensive by entertaining those kinds of things, like sometimes suggestions are fine and I can totally deal with it. But if it's down the path of what you're doing is you shouldn't be doing, I have to kind of put a block on it. Just yesterday it happened, and Wahlber had a really good suggestion about something. And so I went down that path, and it turned out I was still technically, air quotes, right, in that I couldn't do the way that that I was talking about, wistfully hoping that I could do, because it just wasn't possible that way. Like Godot doesn't have reflection, which creates all this like kind of weirdness of why I'm having to do certain things in a really strange way. The only thing that matters is efficiency. There's only one way to do it. Everything else has... Well, I always appreciate feedback. But it can be hard sometimes, for sure. But Mystery boy happens to me all the time. Yeah, it's tough sometimes. God, what was it? Oh, one was I'm resolved on match statements though. One was argument about, it wasn't an argument, but it was like you shouldn't use match statements. Actual reflection in GDScript would be handy for some stuff. Yeah. Although, who knows, it might have made my code even more spaghetti if I actually had that. But what's crazy about this whole thing that I'm building is because I'm so integrated with Godot's way of doing graph nodes, as they call it, I'm like, I wouldn't, normally if I was coding a game or something, I wouldn't have done it this way. But I'm trying to integrate with this system that they have so much that I'm doing a lot of things I wouldn't have traditionally even done. But, It's all good. Yeah, Cammy. Do a shout out. Do a shout out to Els. Els, can I pick your brain on something? Yeah, just if it's okay, if you want to ask it publicly, you can here. Or if it's something that you want to do offline, yeah, just DM me. Els is doing all kinds of cool stuff, working on an NES game with a friend on Thursdays. It has like 3 board games in progress. One has a publisher called Whisperstone. It's a rules-less RPG system. Super cool. Gear fits together like puzzle pieces. So if loot is dropped in the game, only certain classes will be able to fit it to themselves based on how they fit together. It's really cool stuff with that. Oh, I'm completely lost. Don't worry, cares. No, I don't mind. It does get tough, though. I don't know. I almost think there doesn't need to be. I don't think we need the word active. So this is okay. This is a shout out to Mr. D Boy. Of course, no problem. So it'll look like this. So there's just like this connector. And then if these are... That seems fine. It's not going to be a lightning bolt. I think I'm going to do an arrow. Excuse me, that's gross. But for now, it's... Although the lightning bolt might work if the horizontal wasn't straight, if it was rotated a bit. Can I do that on the import? I can't do like rotations or anything here, right? Just scale. You supply a texture and it doesn't... No, every connection, you're responsible. If you didn't handle this and so the only thing you get is this, that you can move this around and whether or not it snaps to it, or because you get an about to is trying to connect or is connecting, and it's sort of up to you to handle that. So all this behavior is me. But what you get from Godot is this window here called Graph Edit. This entire thing here. And you can add these buttons that you see here. I'm going to move some of them into here, or probably all of them into here. You can add more buttons across this here. You can change the behavior of these, like the mini map you can get rid of. But Graph Edit is an infinite plane. And this does some like... I don't know why it makes the decisions it makes, but it supposedly kind of rearranges it for you. It doesn't do it in a very intelligent way. So you have the graph edit and then the nodes themselves. And the nodes you create by adding what's called slots to them. And then, so you're responsible for like the rest of it. So shader editor is actually the same system. So Godot's shading system here, this is using graph edit. So it's the same thing. I do like those little dots. Yeah, I could. I'm probably gonna go with a different icon ultimately. I'm not going to spend any time on that right now. It doesn't read really well, but it's good enough for now. But yeah, like I could do it. I have it on right here, so I could take and rotate it. I think there's a rotation. No, it's just a straight texture. Yeah, I can't do that here. But it's not important right now. Eventually what I want to have happen is when I'm going to tween like flashing. So when this is active, it's going to flash. And then if this value is being changed, it's going to reflect that some way. So it's not really get input event, I guess would be a more accurate term. So this is an override. Okay. Okay, getting there. It's a trip. This whole thing's a trip. Night, Cares. Have a good night. Yeah, yeah. So we can do stuff like that with tweening codecs. Yeah. So the thing I don't have right now is I want to be able to, and I think it's just a flag for graph edit to pull. There's a way to get it so you pull off the connection, but I don't have a way of deleting the connection right now. So I need to set that up. And it's a one to many. So like if I had multiple move tos and I wanted them to all go to the same place, I can do that, right? So, and then the same with this start here. If I want something to play audio right at the beginning. Now it's red. That's funny. Then we could do that. So something busted there though. Play audio line 14. I'm breaking everything as we go. Then import output line 14. Type of dictionary, say file path. Base object type, no. It's because I deleted the... Okay. All right. Getting there, getting there. I'm checking it out right now, Mr. D-Boy. I'm still watching it. Sorry, it's a little long. Mr. D-Boy, in your development process, are you running the game with in dev mode? Or are you running it with async off? I would recommend that you do that because it's the best way to see when you're doing something that's slow, that's bringing the frame rate down over time. If you cap it at 60 when you're doing dev, you might not notice that you're doing something that's actually the process time, blah, 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 blah. All these things are getting worse and worse and worse until finally you start dropping below 60 on your machine, right? So who knows what it's doing on a different machine? So that would be my first suggestion. And if you use Git, you could load old versions and turn off async and see if try and trace when something caused like a frame rate to tank. This may be placebo, what you're witnessing. What may be happening is certain things are getting cached. Wait, no, I see it drops. Are you recording for the rest? When do you start recording and when do you stop recording for the second time? Can you give me the timestamps for that? Because it does tank you start getting drops near the end of the recording. I wouldn't bother trying to understand that. It has ultimately what's causing your frame rate to change is just what's happening in the game code and everything. And then for the rest of it, it stays, you're recording that way for the rest of it? Because I'm not seeing a solid 60 throughout this at all. So it may look like that's what's happening. It might also have to do something with the recording software that creates the illusion that this is changing something. Yeah, but you'll see on your process step around that time it drops. There's a lot of for 2D there's a lot of draw calls. And then it drops. Something about the recording software might cause some syncing to happen, though, that makes it appear to be improve the frame rate. At 150, I stop. Right. That's when it stops. I would. I mean, your focus is on the process step and your draw calls. Reducing those two things. That's like kind of what you want to focus on. But you remember that tool I sent you, right? The what's it called? There's a frame analyzer that I had mentioned a while ago that will show you the steps involved in drawing what you see on your screen. Now in 2D and Godot, you can tell it to batch. There's a blah. Let me see. I can get it through here easier than trying to find it in the node. It's like group, canvas group. Are you using canvas group at all? Render doc. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Are you using canvas group for anything, Mr. D-Boy? No. Okay. So your success may vary on this, and I think it depends on if you're using Vulkan forward plus rendering or not. Okay. Are you doing forward plus? Are you doing Vulkan? Because another suggestion I would make is, just for fun, switch it back to compatibility and watch your frame rate explode. If you're not taking advantage of anything in Vulkan, yeah, you should see a major increase. Vulkan does not batch 2D draws for sprites in particular. So, or for textures and stuff like that, right? So they lost 2D batching with Vulkan. It's supposedly coming back at some point, but it's not here yet. So for your game, for optimization reasons, you may want to use compatibility. They updated batching? Okay, well, never mind then. I would compare the two, though, just to see what happens. But you do have this thing called Canvas Group. But Canvas Group merges several 2D nodes into a single draw operation. I couldn't tell you. When I've tried to use this, I've clearly done something wrong, and it didn't help. For you, another thing you're going to want to do is, as much as possible, have all of your textures on a single atlas. It inherits Node 2D. If as many as you can. Yeah, I would do as much as you can. Because what that allows to have happen is the game, the more you have if you think of the GPU is really good at, texture size 1024, 248, 496. If you can fit all of your game's textures in a 1028, you're a 2D game, right? So probably 1028 based on what I'm seeing. 1028, 248, get all of your game's textures in there and reference them in that single texture. Then on especially potato computers, especially computers with GPU that are virtual, they're not like an actual physical GPU. The draw call, it's going to help tremendously with that stuff. It's going to help with texture memory in the memory space, and so when every time it asks where's this texture, it's referencing one place, so it can cache it better, and a bunch of things happen just automatically. You switch to compatibility, and now I'm in the low 20F. Okay. So yeah, go back to forward then. But I 3x'd, I was making a 2D thing, and I 3x'd it by getting an Atlas texture going and having a single Atlas texture. And the thing that I was building, it was dynamic too, because you could add more textures as the quote unquote player, and it would rebuild the texture into a single Atlas texture again. And it, on my potatoes, it 3x'd it from 60 to 180 or whatever it was. But another thing you're going to want to do is when you run the game, for your performance, just figuring out the performance stuff, I wouldn't troubleshoot this thing you're talking about. I wouldn't troubleshoot it from the perspective of you showed me this weird behavior when you're recording, suddenly the frame rate smooths out when you record two things. Like don't think about it with that. Don't try and don't think about it at all with that stuff. Just think about it from what can I do to increase my process, my draw steps, my process step, like decreasing the time that those things take and reducing draw calls. They still run and the FPS improves, right? Try hiding your tile maps too and see what that does to FPS. But what you want to do is you want to run Profiler and Visual Profiler. And when you run this on your game, you hit stop at some point. And then this will tell you, where is it? There's some way to see the names of the function calls that are taking a long time. Yeah, once you stop it here. So look at this. So now I can see what function calls. You can sort by time. No, you can't. You can't sort. But you can look at your time for all your calls, your average for everything. And then you'll see what functions are literally getting called and taking the longest. And then you can start to break it down and go, okay, what about that is a problem? Batching 2D was added in 4.4. Okay. So that's why the difference is so big for Mr. D-Boy. Because he's getting Vulkan rendering with batching. Which isn't a good sign that it's 20 on compatibility then. So I would say but yeah, Cammy's right about are you CPU or GPU limited? And what I was seeing in your thing, you're at 20 on your process step, 20 milliseconds. And what do we need to be to hit 60? You're almost at 30. That's really high. But I'm not one to talk right now. I'm bound to the physics stuff right now because of how I'm doing the traffic. 16 milliseconds, yeah. So right now I would focus on your process step. So the way you improve that is you run the game, you start your profiler, you go to the debugger here, you go to profiler, and you run this while you're playing the game, and then you hit stop, and then you're going to scroll through here, and you're going to see the function calls that are causing, like, that are taking the longest. And you're going to see other things that are taking time up for the whole thing. So like in my case, physics is pretty high here at 7 milliseconds. And then you could do the same thing with a visual profiler. And this is going to tell you what's on your draws and everything like that. What the hell's taking the longest? Yeah, but we see those, but it doesn't match with what the process says. Do you want to do like a co-op stream sometime? And I can just kind of... I'm not saying that I'm an expert, but we can kind of take a look at everything. It doesn't have to be content either. We can do it offline. I'll even skip a stream day just to kind of look at it with you if you want me to. Like, I'll do it offline if that's preferable. But absolutely, as much as possible, take stock of your... hit me up whenever you want to do it. All right, cool. Yeah, take stock of all the textures you're using and consider the possibility of merging them all into a single texture. I'm guessing for your game, you'll be able to do that. There's also some other things that I can help you look at, specifically with texture. If you are doing multiple textures, to make sure that they're actually using the same texture, because sometimes you can screw that up in Godot. And you can be, even though you're using the exact same texture, you can be using different instances of it, which can really harm GPU memory and slow things down from that perspective too. But I do think that part of this is just the number of tile maps that you're using, the scale of everything that you're doing, the sprites in particular. Canvas group. Let's look into it. It seems to have changed from 3. Because when I used it, it was in 3. I think. It says here, child canvas item nodes. So what's a canvas item? It's anything that inherits from canvas item. So Node 2D is one of them, and then all this texture stuff. So Node 2D being one of them. Merges several 2D nodes into a single 2D draw operation. What do we lose when we do that? It allows to an example draw overlapping translucent 2D nodes without blending. The canvas group uses custom shader to read the back buffer to draw its children. Assigning a material to the canvas group overrides the built-in shader to duplicate the behavior in the built-in shader. I see. So you could group all of your NPCs in this, but you wouldn't want to put the player in it. You could try this. Just throw everything to instantiate underneath this for your NPCs and see what that does. But I think actually the majority of your draw calls are the tile map, because when I used render doc, and we did it together with your game. Oh, it was in 4.0. Okay. When I used what was it called? Render doc on your game, the majority of the frame time was spent on reconstructing the tile map every single frame, even though you're in Vulkan. And I think by that time you were on 4.4 when we tried it. I could actually do it on your game right now if you want me to again. And if that's the case, like I was suggesting, you bake the tile map into a texture and then display that instead. And then that would just cut draws into like nothingness from when I last tested it. But how dynamic? Because you can still update it over time. The thing that he's doing that's different is I think he has multiple layered tile maps. So I think that's triggering way more draws as a result of how Godot figures out what it needs to display. Yeah, but you can still... He does have a lot of sprites moving around, though. Is the demo pretty recent? Is there a save you can send me? Okay, I will do it then. Yeah, let's when's the best time for me to, relative to what time it is for you right now, plus or minus hours, when's the best time to get together with you and talk about this? Yeah. Right now it's 9:30. I don't care what time it is for you. Plus or minus the current time, what's a good time for you? Like on average throughout the week. Like I don't really care about your time zone or what time it is for you, because I don't know what your sleep schedule's like. But like before or after this time, when is good? And how many hours? My son's going through a growth spurt. Yeah, he's got to be going through a growth spurt. $12 hours from now, plus 12 hours. 1 in the morning, you son of a bitch. Damn it. All right, well, what about plus 19 hours from now? Would that still be okay? I won't be able to do it tomorrow. I actually won't be able to stream tomorrow. I got a buddy coming over who's visiting.
Oh, hey, Carl.
All right, let's shoot for... Today's Tuesday, right? Tentatively, can we plan for Wednesday, 19 hours plus from now? Relatively speaking. What I figure I can do is at least kind of get you up to speed on just looking at the tools that you have for figuring out where your performance is getting hit. For the style of game that you're making, though, I would urge you to always be performance aware, especially, and to get rid of VSync, get used to your game's performance on your machine, and anytime you see a dip in frame rate when you make a change, go, okay, what happened? And just be on it and stay on it. Because the debt that you could incur by not kind of staying ahead of the curve on that, specifically for the kind of game that you're making, it's worth it to kind of know when it's happening sooner than later. But I can at least get you up to speed on, okay, here's the easiest thing that we could do or whatever. Sometimes it's as simple as changing a data struct. As much as possible, staying out of for loops, not doing things in process. You can tick cycle things instead of doing it every frame, stuff like that. Like you can do things in ticks instead of on each frame. So there's a lot of little things, and they all add up. But yeah, when I ran your game, do you know if the demo was built in 4.4? Because when I ran your game, yeah, dude, try the canvas group thing. This is something you could do like right now. Okay, it was. Yeah, it was. The biggest chunk of the draws were in the tile maps. When you run your game and you go to video RAM, what do you see here for total? Nothing changed. Okay. There might be more to it than that. This is something probably to do some research on. It's probably really useful. Mud, what's up? Yeah, run your game and refresh your video RAM with like that scene that you were dealing with. And like, how big is that? Just out of curiosity. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't need to be that big. It shouldn't be that big. So that's a hint too about yeah, there's no way it needs to be that big. Yeah, we got a lot of things we can look at. Cool. This is going to be fun. I'm excited. So let's just we'll put a little mark in it for Thursday, but it might end up being Friday, which means I'm not going to be playing people's games on Friday. But well, technically I will. I'll be playing yours. Let me do an exclamation point for Mud. Do I have anything for Mud? Mud, do you have a page that you want me to link to when I shout you out? But no, there's no 0 in there. I don't have an exclamation point for Mud, or do I? Yeah, I do have Metal Apex wishlist Steam. There it is. Let me get this over on my system. We'll get rid of this from Nightbot, and we'll throw this into the. But optimizing is a weird thing. But I feel like for your game, it implies low spec hardware. When people see your game as a customer, I would imagine that they're seeing, oh, I should be able to run this, right? So that's, you really want to make sure that's true for as many people as possible. Because the game itself sort of implies like a performance amount setting. Let me do a reset on this, and then I gotta go to Nightbot and disable the other one. I have to go over on the other because I'm not logged in here. Yeah, well, in the actual export, you do want to cap it at 60 or whatever, right? On your builds, but in your dev process, uncapping the frame rate is very helpful for finding, like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on? Like I was at like 100, I was at 3,000, and now all of a sudden I'm at 100. And if you had capped it, it would still be 60, and you'd think everything was fine. So if that makes sense. And again, it's your performance is what you're seeing. It, you know, obviously everyone's machine is different. There's a million reasons why it might be a different experience for people. And the Atlas thing, and for example, might make no difference on your GPU hardware, but on a laptop with an Intel, you know, an Intel onboard GPU, it makes all the difference in the world. So that's like, for instance, when I did the Atlas texture integrated, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Codex. I can never remember that for some reason. But like when I did the Atlas texture thing on this hardware, it made no difference whatsoever on my frame rate. But on my potato laptop, 3x, which is like, was huge. So that's the kind of thing where sometimes it helps to have different hardware, or even maybe virtualize it. I don't know how that would work. Maybe you could virtualize integrated. You could run a VM with really shitty specs, like 2 cores and whatnot. Oh yeah, I was going to Nightbot. Some of this stuff you just sort of learn over time as you're like messing with things, and you'll try something and sometimes you'll do all this work that you hope kind of improves performance, and it actually makes it worse. So okay, so we got Wallaber, delete that. And then we're going to delete Mudbound from here. Okay. And then now if we reset and we do Mud, it should shout them out. There we go. Of course. Mud's got Metal Apex Pico 8, a drone combat, air-to-air drone combat game. I'm even trying this thing called Visible On-Screen Notifier to hide things, etc. Yeah, you don't have to draw things that aren't in the camera. I think you can do that from the... Yeah. So you register to see whether or not it's on screen. Yeah. But in your case, if you zoom all the way out, if you can zoom all the way out, I would just play that way and just like try to optimize from that and just get that thing as smooth as possible with showing everything on the screen. But yeah, you can do the Visible On-Screen Notifier to show whether or not you're going to draw something on the screen or not based on where the camera sees. Another possibility is because what you could do for the texturing idea that I'm talking about, if you have a buffer, I wonder if there's a way on a viewport, if you were to draw the layers of the tile maps in a viewport, can you tell when can you specify when the viewport should update? Because you can... Can you set frame rate? Yeah. But yeah, I'm excited. Anyways, let me get back to what I was doing. I'm probably gonna have to end the stream here in 15 minutes. But anyways, what was I doing? Canvas group. I didn't have success with this. I couldn't make this work. So I think there's something about it that just like I didn't understand. There is the settings though for fit margin. Sets the size of the margin used to expand the drawable rect of this canvas group. The size of the canvas group is determined by fitting a rect around its children, then expanding that rect by fit margin. And expanding it. Okay. This increases both the back buffer area used and the area covered by the canvas group, both of which can reduce performance. This should be kept as small as possible and should only be expanded when an increased size is needed. Oh, I see. So if you have a shader that does something beyond the... Okay. If true, calculates MIP maps from the back buffer before drawing the canvas group so that MIP maps can be used in a custom shader material. I don't think this works. Z-index nodes. There's another thing that you can do too, which is the render. There's another batch solution for 2D and 3D called what's it called? It's from Render Server. But it's damn it, there's a thing. Mesh. It's mesh something in 3D. Multi-mesh. Multi-mesh instance 2D. Specialized node to instance a multi-mesh resource in 2D. The usage is the same as multi-mesh instance 3D. Multi-mesh is a low-level mesh instancing, drawing thousands of mesh instance 3D nodes. Can be slow. So, come here, Cal. Let me fix your ear, buddy. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here, Cal. Come on, buddy. Sorry, that's my dog. He's got a hot spot in his ear. Still. It is. But this is the kind of thing that once you handle it, you're all set. There's some problems with this for you, though. I think if you were to do this, then every single thing that you put on it would be at the same animation step. Which is probably not something you want. Because if you're using a texture, you could give it a texture 2D, so anything 2D can inherit, right? So you can give it an Atlas texture, scroll through the Atlas texture to have them, but they would be doing the same animation. We'll work on it. We'll get it. Anyways, now I'm just thinking about your game and whatnot. But I would encourage pulling in the community, drawing in from the community. I'm sure if I do stream helping you on this, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of useful people in chat. I would say people that know this stuff from Godot experience would be, that I know for sure, is Nickname Generator Failed. IRAD would be another one who's been through this kind of stuff from Godot. But everyone else that I can't think of off the top of my head right now. Hell, I mean Redstone for 3D. Anyways. Yeah, this is all busted right now. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Whenever I hide the NPCs, I get about 30 to 40 FPS. Yeah. You can reduce the FPS on 2D elements, right? It's been a while. Sprite. And they're Sprite 2Ds? Animated Sprite 2Ds? Does pause freeze the world state? Mm-hmm. So that's better, right? So you could throw them on a different thread. I haven't messed with this stuff at all. Stops the nodes from processing. I saw the pathfinding on your... So let me ask you this. When they're doing pathfinding... Like, I see all your, how often are they asking for a new, path to follow? And also, how are they following the path? How are you determining... How often is the movement path for the so how are you doing the just call me. We'll get started right now. I'm so distracted by this. You've ruined me. Can I call you? Okay, I'm calling you. You've destroyed me.
Oh.
Hey, am I on the good microphone or the bad one? Do I sound like crap? It's the crappy one. Hang on a second. Test. Okay. All right. Do I sound better?
Yeah, you sound better now. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So how are the NPCs doing? Like, how often are they saying, "Hey, I gotta figure out where I'm going"?
Let me see, because I have them batched at the moment.
Are they doing a path follow, or are you like tweening?
No, I'm basically using the agent, navigation agent 2D.
Okay, but you get a navigation back from that. You get some. Okay, so
it's giving me the next path.
So every time they get to another point on that shoot, I forget what the navigation stuff is called. What's the algorithm called? You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
So every time they get to a new one, they're asking, where do I go next? Does that sound right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one thing you could do is, so at any point the player could change the road, right? And then you have to rebake the A star.
I don't bake anything actually, because I'm using the built-in tile map layer baking, where you don't have to bake anything. If it's already enabled in the tile map, you don't have to do baking anymore if you're using that one.
I see. Okay. So what you could do is for the NPCs, instead of, basically, if the roads haven't changed at all, their path is deterministic. Does that make sense? Like from point where they're starting point A to point B where they're going to end up. Like they're going from one point to another point. That's like always true. So because that's always true, you can build that path into something called a path follow, and then they can just follow that. And you just tween the path follow, and they just go along that path, and you never have to recalculate. And so that would reduce the number of times. But this is something that when we get together on Friday, we can see like what's going on there. But that's another thing you could do to get them to stop asking for their next coordinate direction so often. And then the only time that you would need to really update that is if their behavior says, hey, I'm going somewhere else, I changed my mind. Or you just say, if the player has changed the road structure at all, then recalculate.
Okay.
And then you could thread that recalculation too, so that you don't, because if they all have to recalculate at once, you could get a frame hitch. But that's what you're getting anyways, because they're in concert having to recalculate so often that could be contributing.
But then that does not explain, because I've been doing a bunch of optimization already.
Mhm.
That doesn't explain if I hide them. Why does it improve so much?
Right.
Just hide them and they're still running.
Mm-hmm. And that definitely points to like draws and stuff like that. So
if you look at the physics in the video, if you look at the physics processing usage, that used to be like 20 plus, like 30 plus
mm-hmm.
ms.
And
I managed to get it down to like 3 or 4.
Do the NPCs have like collidable elements to them or something?
They have one. It's just an interactable. Like if they interact with
the mouse.
Or opens the gate, stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that would be okay. Yeah, I mean, hiding it and having the frames go up definitely seems to point to something about draws for sure. Let's see. There's definitely
there is a
things.
lot of moving draws, though.
Yeah, Cammy says, I don't think your FPS should be going up that much if drawing is the main problem. When paused. Yeah. That's when paused, the processing on those objects stops, right? So the frame rate jumping so much is an indication that whatever they're doing on a per frame base or on a process basis is contributing to it. So I agree with that assessment as well. It's multi-tiered what's going on. When you're showing that recording, is that on your like good computer compared to, because you had that laptop, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so there's definitely multiple things going on. But the process, to keep a solid 60, you need to keep the length of the process below like
it has to be below 16, isn't
it? 60 frames a second means that
well, how would you even do that? Because even in the main menu, or like even like in a default, even if you start a new game or new project and you work on it and something like that, the process is still gonna go up is going to go past the 16. So how do you even optimize for that?
Well, one thing is to stay out of the process step. So don't, as much as possible in Godot's world, the fewer checks, if statements, all that kind of stuff you're doing inside process. If you're using GDScript, if you stay out of process and you use things like timers and things like that, you can stay out of process, and therefore that check, especially with your NPCs, because there's so many of them. If they don't do anything in the process step, I find just avoiding that as much as possible with Godot, it helps just naturally kind of maintain that number, lower that number.
That's why I moved everything from physics to process. Well, not everything, but a big chunk, like animation. I moved it from physics process to play the animations.
Mm-hmm. And so, without looking at the code, I couldn't make suggestions, but there are ways of just staying out of that. And so, it would just take me kind of looking at things and you kind of explaining things for me to go, okay, God, I almost want to do it right now, but I got to go here soon.
No. You can do it later.
Yeah, I'm excited because it'll be fun to look at somebody else's project, and I promise you, I won't shit on your code.
One thing I don't want to do is try to remake the whole game.
I understand.
That makes sense.
Yeah, no, and that's why it's always a process of like refactoring and what's the low hanging fruit and all that kind of stuff for sure. I will say though that your video RAM is a freebie. The more you can reduce that, the better it's going to run on, and that specifically I think will help with your draws, because for your game it really shouldn't be that high. So that tells me that likely there's a lot of like texture, I don't know. We'll look around, but it definitely doesn't seem like it should be that high. So getting that lower, I think, will help too. But everything's kind of what I would suggest is on Friday, be ready to have you share your changes between like Git or something, right?
What do you mean?
Well, what I would say is be ready to have like the potato to try things on too, because some improvements may hit different hardware differently. And so sometimes you may do something that's a legit improvement, but on your like higher spec machine, you don't see anything change. But for instance, I mean, if you're reading from a hard disk and a computer has an SSD and it doesn't, you know, that's something where on one machine you'll never notice any problems, but then somebody with a spinning drive is like, oh my god, this takes forever.
Makes sense.
Yeah. If you disable the animations of the NPCs and just let them run around using whatever first frame they're on, does that change the frame rate much?
No, I actually disabled all the animations and everything. It still doesn't affect anything. The only thing that does affect it is when I hide the container that holds all the NPCs. That's the only thing that changes the FPS, as in having them improved.
Okay. Yeah.
So could it be something to do with having too many nodes inside a node container?
I don't think so. How many so everything in Godot, like if you have a node with 4 nodes inside of it, right? That's 4 objects in Godot's thinking, right? How many objects does your game have when it's running? If you go into the debugger.
Objects. It has 60,000.
Okay.
And
you're not
30,000 nodes.
And there's no like orphans or anything like that, I presume. No. Okay.
No. And 3,000 resources.
In an NPC, if you look at the NPC scene, how many objects are in there, like in the entire scene? Just out of curiosity, just so I.
Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 with the NPC themselves. So
and there's
13.
There's an animation player in each one. Just out of curiosity.
Wait, what?
Do they all have
in each villager?
on the villagers?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
they would have to have an animation player, right?
You would think. There's a ways of avoiding that completely. And for your game, because of the kind of scope that you're doing, some weird things might be something you want to do, but I won't force that on you. But that does sound like a lot of objects, so I'll be curious to see what the structure of it all looks like. Just for the NPCs, that seems a little high. Everything has a cost in Godot, right? Like a Node 2D has like memory costs, because all of the parameters that you're getting from that and all that sits somewhere, and sometimes you don't need, like, sometimes you just need the sprite, and then and then you make a script in there that cycles between the if you have an atlas texture for it, that just cycles the position of the atlas texture to do the animations or something like that. So there's things that you could do, but it depends a lot on how you're doing that stuff. So I definitely this will be fun to kind of look at it and all that. But I think we can at least establish what to focus on that is causing certain performance issues. It's a little, if you're making a simple 2D game in Godot, you don't ever have to think about this stuff.
Right.
But in your case, because of the style of game you're making, there are a lot of considerations you need to make. It's not a bad thing. It's the game that you're making, So the game sort of is going to...
And this is just the NPC, the villagers. We haven't even touched like the workers and buildings and other stuff.
Right. So for your animations, I presume maybe one of the reasons why you have so many objects inside of your 2D, these little villagers, is because are they holding tools and like swinging them kind of stuff? And you're then rotating an object, rotating a sprite or...
That's all. No, for example, the farmer, he has all the farmer's animation built in. There is no extra nodes. There's none of that.
Okay, so there's no... Okay.
It's all in the animation. Yep. Like a spreadsheet.
Okay.
Spreadsheet.
Yeah. This will be interesting. Everything I'll say is a suggestion. I won't be judging you or anything like that. It's like, because everyone's just totally at a different point in all this, and I am too. And optimizations are weird. Because there's the way that the engine is telling you to do things, and at certain points sometimes you're like, all right, cool, but I'm not going to listen to you because you kind of suck at doing a lot of this one thing, so you end up doing really weird, you end up making lots of interesting changes and choices and stuff like that. So
Makes sense.
Yeah, so but I do think this will be interesting. Yeah. It does sound like a high amount of objects to have inside of them for what's happening. So that'll be interesting to see why. Do you have a core? Oh, okay. Okay.
They'll have a brain, right? Like they're
Yeah.
For market, seeking for bridges.
Okay. That's something we can move to code only. That would help reduce the object count tremendously.
Okay.
So we can do state machine just in
Code.
In code, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, again, for something small that's not that big a deal.
Stuff like that I'm very fine with, moving from node to code makes sense.
Yeah, because that'll reduce the memory footprint as well. And
I'm still doing most of that still in code, so
yeah, technically that's
part, yeah.
Right. And you can still, I mean, if you think of the states as like just enumerators, you still visualize it. It's just in the code now instead of in the scene tree.
Yeah.
And then you get all this benefit of not having the objects in the scene tree. And instead you just have this enumeration, which is like very small in memory. So, okay. There's a I think this will be interesting. I don't even think necessarily that we can I don't think that I'll necessarily be like, okay, let's start writing this right now or anything like that. Unless you're not, I'll just be like, well, this is like some low-hanging fruit and this is what you could do, and that would reduce that alone right there would reduce the object count pretty significantly, I'm guessing. And so, and then the process step, I can go through some of that and look at it and be like, oh, okay, if we take this out and we do it this way instead, it's a little weird, but yeah, hanging out of the process step, avoiding like for loops in the process step, stuff like that is really helpful to maintain performance, because ultimately GDScript is a scripting language. It's not a compiled language, and so you're not getting what takes a couple of what compiles into a couple of instructions on a CPU can't ever be compiled in the scripting language, and therefore it always incurs a much larger cost in cycles So like, yeah. Anyways, I find myself with Godot. I find myself relying on their data structures more because I can ask it things that I know are faster because they're doing the instructions in C++, rather than doing it in a loop that I would normally have done myself, because I know that hits now we're in a scripting language and it's going to cost more and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, staggering updates, doing things on ticks. Yeah, Cammy's mentioning some of that in the...
So should we be moving to C++ then? Or C++?
No. You probably don't need to yet. No. And as a matter of fact, you could optimize like one or two core things in C# that maybe you find these things need to be like super fast. It's always going to be true that I need to do this thing, but I need to do it really fast. And then you could do that one thing in C#. It's far easier in Godot if you have something in C#, to talk to the C# thing from GDScript than it is to do it the other way around. So
okay.
It would be easy to pick onesie twosies and go, I'm going to put this one in C#, and then everything else still stays in the GDScript stuff. But I think with your project, I think I'll be able to make a lot of suggestions that'll help out. I'm really excited to see that, to help with that though, because if I can, because I really like your game, and I really think that it has a possibility of finding a larger audience and stuff. And I think that performance is like one of the key metrics for that to happen for you. Because the more people can, it has this sort of almost idler element to it in a weird way. I don't know. It's like a lot of things put together, and it's sort of one of my dream games that I'm always like, damn, I wish I had Stardew, but with workers, and it's like pretty much that.
That's pretty much that. Yep.
Yeah. So
that's it.
Yeah. It's like I want to be a real capitalist and make other people do the work.
Like, how many workers,
Right. Well, yeah, and I think the more, if you can increase that number to even crazier numbers, and if you can increase the size of the plot even bigger, then like hell yeah.
Because right now I've increased it right now. Like in the next update, this one that I'm working on is like 4 times the size.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's a problem because I need more workers now.
Yeah, you'll get there. Yeah, don't worry about feeling like you have to jump to C#. What I was trying to say though is, like, for instance, with like a dictionary in Godot, like for me, I would normally just do everything in arrays, but looping through an array in a for loop in Godot and GDScript is like a really bad idea. It's like that's how you take your performance like crazy, especially for the things that I would be doing. And so it's like, well, if I use a dictionary, then I can check things in a different way that I normally wouldn't have, but it's like way faster because I can use this function call. And by using that function call, I know that it's going straight to the C++ quicker.
Okay.
So it's just like stuff like that. But yeah, I might also, the only other thing is I might judge you on how many errors you have in your debugger. So just be prepared for that. Be like,
1,000 plus.
Yeah. Be like, oh no. Like it's telling you that for a reason. Another thing, can I ask you? Do you have in your project settings? This is something you can slowly work towards, because you can turn it on as a warning first. Do you have? I
think I do.
Untyped declarations.
I know what you're talking about.
Are they both errors? Like you have to, or are they warnings?
Wait, where is it?
It's in general and then GDScript.
Untapped declaration is set on warning, and
okay. So yeah.
And then informed, I just ignore that one.
Okay. Yeah, if you put these both on warnings and then clean those warnings up over time to the point where you don't see any, and you can
tried, but it's like never going. It's still at 1,000. I've tried for like 2 days and it doesn't stop.
All right. Well, I can
Stop.
I can make some suggestions. I think by removing a bunch of stuff too, going fast is about doing less. That's like another thing
Right.
to like. The less often you're doing something, the less many
I
of
don't know
something.
why it's not by. I don't know why it's not on by default. That shit should be on by default. Those warnings.
Yeah, because if you start out your project that way, then you're golden. And at least I didn't realize that it had such a net gain in performance because it's just something I did by default. I just was like, oh, as
I
soon as
didn't know either, and like
yeah.
that's why I never.
I mean,
declared anything.
there wasn't even thing like that's a recent thing that Godot even has. This wasn't even as soon as it happened though. I was like, oh hell yeah, I'm turning this on. But yeah, Kim says GD script loops aren't nearly as slow as something in Python. Yeah, it just depends. The other thing too is there's a trick that it never occurred to me about if statements. The order of the comparison of the if you have multiple things that you're checking on an if statement, the one that's the least costly but most likely to be true, you always want to put first because it won't do the rest of the comparison if that answer is false. So like switching the order of that is like can be another net gain. Especially if it's like checking for something in an array or something, if you can shove that towards the end of the condition. So there's stuff like that. So cool. Yeah, well I'll plan on streaming in the morning on Friday and getting up early, and then I'll message you, and then we can try and I do have somebody spending the night. I don't know. It might not happen, but I'll DM you and let you know.
Okay.
So.
No worries.
All right. Cool. Yeah. Have a good one. I'm gonna raid out here, but I'm excited.
All right.
All right.
I'm excited as well.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye.
Okay. So that was Mr. D-Boy. And sounds like there's a couple of easy things that we could talk about to help reduce that count. The object count, that would be a huge thing to do. And I'm also curious, I see a lot of people access things in the scene tree in ways that can be a little cumbersome. So but Codex really turned me on to injecting from the assets that you need to access in the scene tree and then grabbing them that way instead of in code saying I'm grabbing this node from over here and then maybe I can get Mr. D-Boy to like assertions because I'm a fan of those now. But so let's go ahead and find somebody to raid. There are 15 of you hanging out here. I appreciate everybody being here. And let's see. Conrad's going. Yeah, let's raid Conrad. He's got so many viewers, though. Is there anybody? No, he's in the acceptable parameters based on my constraints. Conrad it is. Yeah, Todd, that was one thing I was talking about is baking the movement, because it's being checked every time it reaches another point in the pathfinding. And I can show Mr. D-Boy how to build a path that's permanent and just like, okay, now you'll get to here, and then you'll know when you get to here, and then you can do something else. All right, so we're gonna raid Conrad. Conrad's working on a game called Hemomancer. It is on Steam. If you find yourself on Twitter, would you mind checking me out? Yeah, sure. Flow fields instead of navigation agents. That's out of my pay grade, Cammy, but I'll check that out. Depending on the number of destinations, yeah. My game is getting featured. Holy shit, Nick! Didn't I tell you? I told you there was something about it. Fuck yeah, Nick. That's awesome. What category is it getting featured in? Okay. Okay, cool. It's enough though, because you can say you have been. You could put that in some sort of description of the game somewhere. Next up games. Nice. Dude, that's awesome. Fuck. I wish it was